And we are live. Hi, everybody. Boy, did I not sleep well? I hope you all slept better. How is everybody? Let's check who we got here. Who's ready for patch 6.4? Jade, good to see, glad to have you first. Look at you for Ray Ray. Jackson, good to see, glad to have you. V, good to see, glad to have you. Laura, good to see, glad to have you. Try to get the dungeon before logging back in on transfer. Yes. I mean, on the bright side, well, I guess you don't want to be trapped, right? But on the bright side, like right now, the curl doesn't seem overly populated, but we'll see if that changes the next hour or two. Good luck, yeah, to you, Laura. Hi, Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see, glad to have you. Ray. Okay, he's a minute late, guys. Get the pitchforks. Yeah, you know, it takes a second. I technically click it at 6. It just took a second to kick in. Brian, good to see, glad to have you. Cool. So, yeah, while we're going to be 6.4, it's going to be a blind run. I may be talking a little bit less than usual to you guys just because I want to try to experience the patch as is. But yeah, we're just going to go through. It's going to be a blind run, so we're going to do reactions, all that good jazz. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. I hope all you are either enjoying 6.4 or in the future enjoying your 7.0 and or other things and being like, ha ha ha, he doesn't know shit. Shall we then? Let us. I keep looking into the light. Camera there. Transfer right at 5:30 when the patch updated. It didn't let me know, and I did it in the morning. Oh, see, yeah, I actually managed to pay, like actually set up before drop. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. Sounds good, yeah. And also, friendly reminder: if anybody wants to do the dungeon and Aetherfont and or the trial with me, would love to have you guys. Or we could be like, wow, look how much. Yeah, right, VO. Yeah, maybe that I have some foresight. I'm gonna just say it flat out now. I have a... Oh, I gotta turn off the fan. I have a bad suspicion that Zero is betraying us because she learned the right lessons from us. And that she would like to help save her world. But potentially maybe at the cost of ours. But we'll see. Oh man, I'm a little off frame. It's fine. Yeah, no worries, Raven. We'll be taking our time. So if you plunge ahead of me, I'm sure you'll actually get further than me because I'll be reading the lines and stuff. Went back and started loading through last night to clear my inventory and stuff. It didn't let me transfer back. Oh no. Oh, sorry, Laura. Okay, let's hit it. Oh, are we starting out with a cutscene? No. Lendriel, 'tis good to see you. Have you any news of the old Hydaelyn? What was that? We've yet to hear from Y'shtola regarding his search for a means to return to the void. I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone in this. Estinien has such an excessive energy that he's been helping to train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero. I love the idea of Estinien training the dragon warriors of Radz-at-Han. Is something the matter? No. Lendriel paid us a visit, and so I was appraising him of recent developments or lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye, to replenish my Aether. Would you like to come? Oh, look at her being more personable. A rare but most welcome invitation. Timely too, I might add. I myself was thinking of venturing out into the city. It would be my pleasure to join you. You will accompany us, of course. Come then. I have an errand to run at the bazaar first. I went to Dynamis for Eureka stuff, but it wouldn't let me go home. Oh no! What are the odds you can play Elio for 6.5 and would you? Oh, yeah, for first playthrough? That's a good question. Day of, I might still do Lendriel, just so we can do Elio on a fixed pace. But maybe. Yeah, I've been debating that as we get caught up. And at current rate, yeah, we definitely will be caught up. 4 months, that's 4. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be caught up. I still alarmed so I wouldn't miss the stream. Aw, thanks, Raven. Yeah, so I'm thinking, okay, what I'm thinking right now is Zero potentially betraying us and joining Golbez, not because of like for a just cause, for the right reasons. We're opening up a portal to the Mare Lamentorum of the 13th via on our Mare Lamentorum to reach the 13th moon. The Aetherfont, I think we're going to use the energy of the Aetherfont in order to charge the cannon, to charge the Tower of Babel, to use that energy to help create that portal. Because of the mass amount of Aether that's going to be required in order to open a gateway. And I think that's going to potentially play right into Golbez's hands. If you would gauge the city's prosperity, there is no surer way than to visit the bazaar and observe the people. This I learned from the Arwan and his predecessors. You are with Master Zero. How rare to see her with others. I am picking up some s'more spice. Mira had told me to do so before my next visit. Mr. Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters Nobi Hanash are fond of spicy foods, but I doubt any of us could keep up with her. With just the spices I normally have on hand, the Mayhem can't quite satisfy her, which is why I'm happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. You hear it's first, Zero here, like, just gobbling up ghost peppers. Now then, variety being the spice of life, perhaps you'd like to choose something extra to blend with Mr. Zero as usual. Will help to keep things interesting. What do you say? Fine by me. You can appreciate the nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can I expect. Colorful array of spices appear from the hempen sacks. Lustrous crimson power, aromatic black corns, little red husks, the coarse yellow flakes. So, lustrous crimson powder, little red husks. Whatever the spiciest is. Yu-Gi-Oh! Good to see, glad to have you. You chose the black corn. I'm gonna go with little red husks, because I feel like that's gonna be the spiciest. These tiny husks gives off a citrus-like scents. Perhaps they'll be imbued dishes with a zesty note. No, okay, not spicy. Bright red in color, the powder is hot just to look at. It will likely induce a healthy sweat when consumed. Okay, yeah, we're going with that. Ah, that is a fine choice. But don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Zero may wish to observe your reaction. It would be considerate to sample the spice in her presence. Everybody chose the black corns. Why did y'all choose the black corns? You tentatively place some of the spice on your tongue. A veritable blaze engulfs your mouth. Instant headache. Your reaction speaks volumes. That will suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mr. Shiro. And do give Mayred my regards. Because I like pepper. Yeah, I guess like peppercorn. Yeah, okay, that's fair. The spicier the better. Yeah, see, that's why I went with the powder, right, Jade? I like Szechuan cuisine. They use a lot of peppercorns. Peppercorns are pretty good. Fair enough.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure. Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Alrighty, yeah, good to go to have you.
Very well. A full kettle then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once. And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps.
I do love how they use the last stand
Do not
music
hold
with
back
the
on my
food.
account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
Man, this patch cycle, they've been loving having food. As like last time we had the buns. If I could have mine a touch milder, please.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
Fluffy, good to see, glad to have you.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radz-at-Han, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands. All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in Aether.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radz-at-Han my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation, and naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world. A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
That bodes well.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek. What is going on?
What's happening?
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned,
Look at that
it is
naan.
not for the faint of heart.
That freaking bowl of spice would kill
by
lesser
all
men.
means, I'd welcome the challenge.
Sisters have mercy. The smell of
It burns! It burns!
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
I'm glad I asked for my
delay.
milder.
Please relax and enjoy your meal.
I wonder, it's probably the same no matter which item you pick, right? Or is it a different one if you pick
Relax.
different things?
I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this.
Mood Zero.
Come. Let's replenish our ether.
Relax, I don't have time for that. Fucking 3 Matonga pass out. The entire place is passed out. My whole life flashed before my eyes. It was perfect.
I trust you have eaten your fill. I shall have Merit prepare a meal for us to take to Estinien. I suspect he too is overdue a replenishment. By this hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
That's so funny. Oh, thanks, V. Vershawn, don't say that, please. I can almost see. Percy Chan, good to glad to have you. Yeah, they've been really putting a lot into food animations and custom animations. It'll be interesting because those are so one-off. It'll be interesting to see. Like, obviously, we had a lot of food animations and stuff going on during 6.0 as well, but to see how much of that carries over because they're bespoke, right? So it's not like they can make it certain animations and then reuse them. I wonder what their pipeline is for that. It feels like there's one person on staff for each patch that they're just like, go do your food animation. Whether it's in 6.0 with the burger, whether it's the bun in 6.3, or the apple in 6.2, or the, you know, all this stuff in 6.4. I died, this was great. Yeah, it's really good. The details, yours was more orange than red. Interesting. Which is interesting because I picked the red powder. Sorry, give me a second. Gotta just... I had to eat it, now I'm hungry. See, I was okay, and then you said that, now I'm hungry. Picked yellow. For the people who picked peppercorn, what was the difference? Teleport to the Megaduta. I don't think there was any? Okay. No worries, Rydia. Welcome back. Master Estinien, yes, he has returned to his chambers. I shall be happy to escort you. Pray return to Estinien's bedchambers.
Estinien, are you there? We've brought something for you.
Enter.
Okay, so they made a fucking patch for a solid 2/3 of the fan base.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried. But I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks.
He sounds happier.
Idle
He
as I
sounds
am
like-
in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Zero.
Shall we disrobe as well?
No. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
There's a musical stinger that we haven't had in a little bit. It's funny how certain music I tie to certain expansions, because this brings me back to 2.0.
At last. We've been looking for you.
My friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Eorzean's assistance.
Y'shtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Azdaja and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Hell yeah.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Azdaja are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist.
Yeah.
Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Okay, so my theory is explicitly
Is such a feat
about
possible?
physical space.
In theory, having once been a single hole, the source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound.
Explicit! Okay, yep. 100% confirmed.
All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Eorzean's counsel.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radz-at-Han or Garlean, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil.
Go on.
A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage.
It's got to be taking advantage of something with Zodiark, then.
The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether. After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm. My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald. As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the brands imprisoning Zodiark. And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
Yeah.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work. We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
You don't even understand what his plan is, though. Why does this boat... Like, you understand his intent, but you don't understand his plan. I feel like we're playing right into it. Yeah. Can't wait to see all the fan art that comes out of Estinien 0. Yeah, that shit's gonna happen. We all know it. Yeah, thanks, Radia. Yeah, I had a feeling that was... Look, the thing about 14 is that usually with its lore stuff, that you can extrapolate out based on prior examples. So, once, when we got information that, oh, yeah, they're intrinsically linked, now having it explicit, there was a lot of evidence to suggest that prior. Oh, I'm sorry, Tracy. Hopefully it'll be done soon. You have no swords of allies at your disposal. I cannot thank you enough for your constant support. Oh, wow, is it already ready? Going Haam! So for those who don't know, Haam is one of the islands of Sharlayan. There's Yorm, Haam, Val, and, well, Sharlayan proper. You have Val, Haam is up here, and this is, I think, Yorn, and Sharlayan proper. Haam is the northernmost island, so the quest is called Going Haam. Guys, that's where the Aetherfont is. If one and all are ready, then let us set forth our preparations to complete. If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its grown counterpart. It is in keeping of alchemists of the High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany thee thither, and let's begin our journey. I wonder why, like, Vreecha even bothers using young Varshan still. Like, why not just use the older Varshan body? Yeah, it's not... there's not gonna be another Calamity, right? Like, it's not gonna be a rejoining in Storm Sense, but I wouldn't be surprised if we fail to a certain extent. And we have an incursion of Void Sense based on, like, basically, through some method, Golbez is able to create a mass amount of portals to allow the Void Sense back onto the source. It wouldn't be... Because you can't, the 13th isn't tilted, it's already fallen, it as a thing probably can't be rejoined. But what could be is that the Void Scent can be able to come onto the source and flood it in order to be able to actually die. I wonder if Zero's lesson about not damning another to save oneself, in that being wrong, she'll flip that, and that we are damning the Void Scent to continue to suffer, even though we could potentially save them by allowing them on the source or something. I mean, that's all predicated on the fact that she does, in any way, end up standing against us. My apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed. Well suited to the work ahead, I doubt not. Allow me to explain Y'shtola's plan in greater detail. As you know, we seek to open a void gate in Mare Lamentorum, that we might gain direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish 2 tasks. The first is the procurement of substantial quantity of Aether, and subsequent delivery of it onto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon the land's essence by way of the Telophoroi spires, which were an extension of Anima. Such a method, however, doth pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal balance of our world. Thus must we seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. Well, that and we don't have a primal to direct them, but... Our second task doth pertain to the use of the Tower of Babel itself. You may recall that this portal onto the moon was placed under the supervision of the Ilsabardian contingent. If we would employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe that they would not refuse us, so perhaps we should concern ourselves with the Aether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye, a likely location doth come to mind. Let us make for the airship landing. There, I shall reveal more. Makes me wonder why Fandaniel wouldn't have bothered messing with the Aetherfont prior. Yeah, Rydia, maybe something like that, or maybe Golbez is going to absorb a large amount of Aether through Azdaja's eyes or something in order to create large amounts of portals elsewhere. For any game, I would say it's because it's what his people are used to, yeah. Oh, stream is 1 moment. Yeah, stream is having a little bit of a problem. 1 moment, quick. Yeah, 1 moment. Okay, we had the internet hit out for a little second, but it should be back. Okay. Yeah, Yukio, just look at the earlier chat. I might continue on. Keep doing this with I've always done that with Radz-at-Han Brawl. End up hopping back up the I'll run directly parallel based on the minimap, but it's actually like more of a maze. Yeah, it should be better. If it's still choppy, you can refresh it and it'll fix it. All are present and accounted for. Excellent. We shall travel to Charlian and then seek the nearby Isle of Haam. Near unto the surface of this isle do rivers of Aether converge. The churning energy of this confluence is released by way of geysers. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by Aether harvested from the isle, but as well you know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel, in the primals. Passage onto Ultima Thule to the very limits of existence was facilitated by not less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. Right, Mother Crystal's powered by the primals. Well, I guess, like, they took the Mother Crystal, they used it as Aether to, like, consolidate into smaller forms that could be used in the primals. As such, the Isle of Haam's vast Aether deposits remain untouched. We may help ourselves to that energy, provided we are able to secure the form's permission. Yet again, with needing permission, is nothing straightforward in this world. Such is the nature of politics, I fear, and as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have been officially disbanded, no longer are we a recognized collective, a somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there is a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail, the students of Baldesion. Upon arriving in Charlian, let us seek our friends at the Annex. Oh wow, it just took us straight to the annex. Welcome back, Elandriel. What brings you here today, and in such colorful company? Greetings, Ojika. On this occasion, we are come to seek the student's assistance in the matter of some urgency. In that case, you'll want to speak with Kryl. She's in the main hall sorting through our archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourself in. I bet you it's Arnval. Arnval, come on, Arnval. Yeah, buddy boy.
Well now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenfil occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see. From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I'm sorry, I gotta be right back. I will be right back. I'm gonna just throw up that quick. Sorry about that. I have a little bit of a stomach disorder thing where it have flare-ups that have attacks that are like just really painful, and I luckily had one happen right there. So there may be another pause break for me to grab more medication at some point. Okay, back to the cutscene. Oop. Usually I don't have flare-ups very often, so of course I have one right today when a patch drops.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
No, it isn't guild ship business, but rather...
Personal? You going home? You going to Erenville?
Homecoming.
Yep.
But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
They set that up in the short stories.
As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us.
The question is it Ilsabard or where is it?
We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage.
I know you have to go get to him because of Azdaja, but like, isn't opening a portal for him to invade kind of, you know, setting ourselves up for failure?
To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Haam. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
An invasion from the 13th? Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
Fucking calling out the writers, Kryl.
You have a knack for finding trouble. If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession. It's true the Isle of Haam is a veritable font of Aether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
So if
Right, 'cause they
we want
would've
to
been
help
saving it for the
ourselves to the
Ragnarok.
Isle's Aether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission. Very well. The students of Baldesion recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
We are truly grateful.
If I may. According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Haam was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any Gleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction.
Alright, yeah, sorry, flare-ups happening again. I'm sorry, this is gonna be a bit of a process for the next little bit. Serendipity. Hey, everybody. I'm actually back this time, and hopefully for good, because the medication almost kicked in. So yeah, of course, this thing that doesn't flare up very often does right as the patch content fucking drops. At least probably it was good that it's earlier now than like in the middle of the trials or something, right? Like that would have been a hell of a nightmare. But yeah, no, this was secretly actually all part of my giant plan to make sure that everyone could be ahead of me so that they could be there for the trial or the dungeon. Clearly. V, if you're around though, if you want to help get people set up for the Aetherfont whenever people are starting to get good to go for that. Okay, let's... it's okay, we need a break. Your health is important. Oh, thanks, Raven. Yeah. Masterful plan indeed. Oh yeah, no, it's a thing I've dealt with all my life. It's just like a little, it's basically just inflammation of the stomach thing that happens. It's painful, but it's not, like, I know how to deal with it.
Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Garlean Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system.
Cool.
You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Is Erenville and Ilsabard or Mericidia or the New World is the question.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl, and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
Awesome, Jackson. Sounds good, Rydia.
Right
Awesome.
then, time to put our best foot forward.
Okay, sounds good, Alara. Thanks you. And thanks, Tracy. Yeah, thank you for the well wishes, guys. I appreciate it.
A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance.
Cast a familiar. Create a familiar.
And what have we here?
Is he gonna pull out that letter that looks suspiciously different? Yep.
Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
No, Kryl! What is the letter? It's important! Oh, no, no! Oh, no, oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Now I desperately want to know what the frick is up with that letter. Okay, actually, before continuing on, I just want to check something. I feel like I've done this like 6 times, and I feel like I did this during 6.2 or something. Is the map up here higher res than it was? No, I think it's still the same resolution when you look at it in the 6.0 cutscenes. Worry not, I shall pen our petition at once and submit it to the forum. To the hamlet. Okay, thanks for taking care of it, V. We definitely, if we can't get you in the dungeon, we definitely would love to have you for trials. So definitely don't be a stranger. Also, for those people who are watching for the first time who weren't around on Monday, obviously I moved, so the backdrop's new and I'm still setting it up. There's a long way to go for it, but it's coming together bit by bit. Visitors, how delightful. If you require assistance, then ask away. It so happens you caught me in a post-deadline bliss. Forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou had charge of the Ragnarok's propulsion systems. We should like to know how Aether harvested at the Isle of Haam was to be stored and transported to the Ark. Can we talk about how great it is that this logistics is actually a part of the quest and like figuring out? Or I mean, maybe some people disagree, maybe some people hate that, but I love that like you're not just like, oh yeah, the Aether got to the Tower of Babel, whatever. It's like that's actually a quandary, you know? If the disclosure of such information is permitted. Oh, it's no bother at all. We built simple special tanks that can store Aether, just like we use tasks to store wine. Simple, really. Those things must have been massive. Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They rivaled even crystals for etheric capacity. A pity we never got to use them. Oh, how muddled and distant the memory. When Doom's deadline loomed large and we extracted ourselves from a waist-high mire of work, only to end up chin-deep in another. I was one with the world. I was at one with the world, a conduit for the energies of creation. But now I am truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals could make such a difference? Why, I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing on the knife's edge of failure. This is why you don't let Charlians get good rest. We are glad for you. Quite. On the subject of the Aether tanks, do you know what became of them? Well, what did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might remember. He should be back by now. Just look for the fellow wearing an outfit that screams, I've been on vacation and you haven't. Very well, we shall seek out the conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret, and do look after thyself. Come, let us seek out this individual attired in the manner suggested of a recent furlough. You could have just said vacation, dude, Oriange. We're also probably gonna do the raid as a separate stream later. I might do it later tonight, which will give people plenty of time to do the MSQ content and do the raid beforehand. And also give me a chance to maybe take another nap because I had really struggled to sleep last night. Also, I just want to thank Ubino again for getting this little good boy. This combination of Goob and Deadpool. Is it Lolifelian Crafterman? Yes! Or is that like he... how do I put this? He kind of reminds me of Joe Exotic, but in Lolifel form. Oi, the face of that launched your teeny tiny boat. How you been, Ledriel? Able to catch a bit of rest? That's his voice, like, I know that sounds like a weird voice for a choice for Lolifel, but that's basically what his voice sounds like in the MSQ. Well, whatever I don't know about the Aether tanks, whom by God's name would, born right in me my very own workshop they were. A pleasure as always, Master Cockle. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. Aye, there's some, but I won't bore you with the details, at least not without a drink in me. So why the interest in our little tanks? Permit me to explain. See, now I'm hungry, and these drop crystals are looking mighty appetizing. I say. Think I got the long and short of it. It goes without saying, but we all owe you more than we can ever repay. If you need our Aether tanks, then they're at your disposal. That's just one problem. You need the form's approval set foot in the Isle of Haam. Word's up to me, you'll be on the next ship out, but that lot can't wipe their asses unless it's accordance with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. What an entrance line for Chanel. Hey, much a shame! Daliak Stumpin' dies! That's it for Chanel, and Skolak Montashane! What a surprise! Pardon the intrusion. The forum has deliberated your petition, and we've decided to deliver our verdict directly. I would hope that the matter of the pandemonium has not been overshadowed by other concerns, but that it is a discussion for other time. You have been granted special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Haam for the purpose of etheric extraction, on one condition. On account of its rich deposits of Aether, the Isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you cull any such creatures you encounter. I mean, that's... Frankly, it would have been a lot harder if he asked us to not kill anything. That's all. Given the vast amount of Aether we seek, I expected a far higher price. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Nay, we simply owe it the students of Baltesians and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt that expending your request was a suitable way to repay it. A debt of gratitude. Oh, that doesn't bode well. We have taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Haam. Your vessel awaits in the Scholar's Harbor. Alright, then I better get those Aether tanks loaded onto the airship. We'll be ready to take them where you need, assuming it's safe. I shall head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. Well, maybe that her debt of gratitude will be for us rather than towards someone else. Oh god, Alara. Oh. I'd say don't do that, but I do that all the time, so. That's exactly who he is, yeah. CV agrees.
Bound for the Isle of Haam. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Thanker was supposed to join us for going to... based on the trailer. Yeah, there's the boy.
Forgive me my delay.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
If it isn't Varshan, they do grow up so quickly. Eorzean tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee. I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst
In short, he's saying Thancred's got social skills. The Aetherfont, now accessible. Awesome. Thank you, V. Okay, got Raven Alar. Okay, cool. Let's get a ready check. Everyone check your gear. Make sure everything's repaired. Probably could just do it from the entrance, right? Oh, it literally just pulls it up there. Let's go! Ooh, exciting new dungeon! I'm sorry, I'm gonna have no chill in terms of still pulling hard, even though it's brand new. Pretty. I already love the music. Oh, look at the bull bears clapping. Oh, I love this music. I love how chill it is. It's gonna. I bet it's gonna pick up in a little bit here. Yeah. Okay, it's a version of Flow. Oh god, Shark Boys. When was the last time we had a dungeon music this chill? I mean, the only thing that comes to mind is the Warrens. Although maybe it'll like drop when it gets to the main part of Flow. Yeah! I feel like I can already feel the paladin buffs. I don't know if I'm just... Oh man, there's some FFX or some Final Fantasy X vibes in it too. With the instrumentation, reminds me of Besaid. Like in Eunice theme. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh yeah! Fucking slide. Oh, that thing is not, I do not like. Lingbacker. Up, sweet. Okay, let's see. Okay, so just a raid wide. Tidal Breath, I'm assuming he's gonna blast away in front of him. Yep. Body slam. Is that just gonna be on me? Yeah. No, okay, on ground. Okay, pulls these up. Do these act as blocks? No, resonating. Okay. Yeah. Oh my god, look how wide Divine Veil is now. Holy shit. And because they're larger, they're going to be a bigger AoE. So I bet there's only like one relative safe space. Yeah. Then spread. Stack. Then get behind him. body slam up some new crystals. I'm guessing small, no big. Okay, so oh, it's gonna be. I bet you one's gonna go to the other. Small's gonna go first, which means you're gonna stand. Oh no, okay. You would stand to the corner and then back here. I didn't see that smaller crystal that was right under him. Behind him. Buster. Good job, guys. Oh, cool. It's kind of like Azdaja with the... Oh, that's so pretty. Oh, why did it have to cut? I want to ride it the whole way. It's funny, that also reminds me a little bit, I really love that they gave Haam its own identity, but also it kind of echoes aspects of Vol. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's so pretty. I love that they're also showing that there's like a more island out beyond it, too. Ah! Abacalo! Abacalo everywhere! I mean, Troyes was kind of languid, but still it had like a propulsive force in terms of themes. Pulse of Dolls was still like pretty much like a dungeon exploring. Lapis definitely was like a you know, is Garlean. Or actually, I don't think it was that. That was probably Zot. I forget what Lapis is. Oh my god, it looks delicious. I feel like there's a good chance I'm gonna listen to this on loop a lot when I, like during work. Oh, look at that. That's gorgeous. Okay, Crystal Tiger. Battle Cry, I'm assuming a raid wide. Throw Veil out. Okay, leaving his AoE. What's the complication? Interesting. Okay, sends out those trails. Okay, which one explodes? Okay, no, he leaped again, but the trails are all that explodes. That looks visually cool. Okay, straightforward enough. Let's see what complication 2 is. Okay, still every attack still results in electricity. and then reducing the amount of space, of course. So you have to deal with the jump and also making sure you're placing yourself. And then, oh, but they're wider than I'm, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like it, I like it. That's gonna be, okay, that was enough. I like it. Dude, Veil is so huge now. Oh my god. For those of you who don't know, a lot of things that were 15 yalms got increased to 30 yalms. So. Into the Cave of Crystal. Man, it's a good thing that, oh. So I see a new G-post spot. Okay, I'm sorry, I need a second to just like. Wow. I love it. It's so pretty. God, that's gorgeous. And of course there's elemental spirits, that makes sense. I mean, the sheer amount of dense aether means that elementals would exist here as a natural byproduct of that. Did I get that one? No, I missed it. Dude, what's the final boss gonna be? Is it like an incarnation of Aether or something? I mean, an elemental would make sense, a natural beast could make sense, but we've already plunged so far into the Aether, we think of it as a byproduct of the font itself. Kind of elemental. Ooh, okay, what is it? Oh, it's in the waters. Kraken 3. Wait, what? No, actually. Oh my god, it literally. I was making a joke. Slumbering Scourge, Octomammoth. Okay, right, of course, from 4. The thing you fight in the cave early on, right? That's what it's referencing. Okay, that's cool. Let's do Hullbreaker Island, but good this time. That's a cool slide. wide. Okay, we're gonna have to use this spacing. Also, I feel like the reason they increased the element is because they wanted to do things like this, where they want to have a spread actually throughout a fight and not just stack together, but we need to be able to reach each other with stuff. I bet you that's why we got such a mass increase in ranges. Okay. Okay. For this one, there was one open, but I bet there's going to be part where there's going to be half open. Tentacles go in lines, but there's also going to be times where there's rings. Somebody's going to have to be front, somebody's going to have to be back. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Okay, that's it. Okay, so you want to be in the in-betweens for that. Things are about to get chaotic! Okay, so where it's aiming is a half wide, so you actually have quite a bit of room to work with. So now we're just gonna have to couple that all together. Oh, fuck. Okay. Crystals. Okay, those are charged. Those are astrally charged. They're gonna blow up. It's just the ring. Okay. Just little zones. That's easy enough. Okay. Run around. And then we're gonna be on the back. We lost Raymond, but we're still resing, so we're good. Some breathing room. Crystals, targets. Is that gonna be enough space? It should be. Limit break at will. Honestly, I feel like I wish the effects were overlapping a little bit more. That actually was, like, really easy. Good job, guys! I feel like Manalis's bosses were a little more, well, at least final boss. Cognacio was good, but I also liked the second boss for there. The Yeti was good, too, for first boss. I do like that was an FF4 reference, though. Y'all were female because you all did the thing together. That's funny. Okay, if it doesn't go immediately into a cutscene, let's get a photo together. Sweet. Let's do /sit to reset the emote. And then you can do /cheer or like pull out your weapon or whatever you want to do. 3, 2, 1, do that. How do you really feel about that, Len? Oh my god, the exposure because of the lighting behind us is... Let's zoom in a little bit. Itty bitty bitty. Sweet. That real quick. Oh my god, you can't even see anything with all that extra stuff on. Yeah. That's good enough. I'll throw that over in the screenshots for the Discord. Sweet. Good job, guys. Let's check chat real quick. Ha ha ha, yeah. Finished the exact same time? Awesome, Brian. FF4 has come for you, Elio. I mean, hey, it's a good thing we're playing it, though, right? I was going to die a lot in this dungeon. Yeah, Tracy, just a little bit overwhelming, because Misago's gonna have a field day. Yeah, beat that. Yeah, totally, with the G-pose. Not crack candy from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Nice, nice, Brian. Yeah, one day I should like just do like a stream of like just doing a whole bunch of trust or something. Okay, back to story. Luckily, nothing's going wrong right now, but I'm worried. You gotta love the Bronco class. That's not the Bonanza, right? No, because of course not. Because it's one of the Charlian ones.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
I'm surprised those containers can hold enough Aether to... The density of Aether those things are able to hold must be wild.
Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished. I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger. Oh, by
honestly,
the way,
this
dungeon
theme could have been a
to use. We could deliver it by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
Could have been. Like honestly, this dungeon theme could be a city theme.
We would need them transported to Garlemald, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way.
Makes sense.
I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
And gives us time to go spend time with Euless. Gotta love good coal. I mean, even if those can store a lot of Aether, the amount of that we need for the cannon for Babel would just be enormous. So I'm just surprised that that's going to be enough.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Don't say that, Thinkrid. I'm going to worry you're going to die.
Why would you say
or that
such
you're
a
going to at
thing?
least leave. Thank you, Zero!
You're not bound by
Correct.
contract or the threat of force. And you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
I feel like people on the spectrum probably really identify with Zero.
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them,
Buddy.
in short. Trite though it may sound.
Yeah, Thinkrid's going. I don't think he's dying. I think he's probably just going to go to the first or something.
Trust.
But that's it.
I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it? It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsend, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world.
Oh, we're getting a memory of Contra
Full
Memoria.
often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time. Absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Client?
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
Ooh, what the fuck is going on there? Tell me! Let me in! Does it have anything to do with Kryle's note? Is this going to be justification for why they're not around 7.0? Is it going to be Eorzean and Thancred off doing things in the New World or something for someone in order to make sure that with why they're not in crew, why there's an open space for Kryle or other characters to be able to join our crew? I must know! Patch is so stressful! Continuing on. To not only allow us the use of the tanks, but to arrange the transportation to Garlemald besides, blessed are we to count Kakul amongst our allies. Unto thee we must also give thanks. Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, you know I'd always be happy to help. Don't hesitate to call on me again. I actually want to see what everyone has to say. Zero's straight as narrow, isn't she? A refreshing contrast to our more circuitous company. By simply staying close to you, will I really learn about trust? Till next time. See you, Tracy! Oh, fuck! No, fuck! Ah! God damn it! And back to the Northern Empty. Always recommendation. First thing you gotta do. First thing to do with when you... Especially if you've already finished the full MSQ, go get flight. It'll make your, it's gonna make your life a lot easier. And frankly, I would recommend in general, Raven, get flight even co-synchronous with what's going on, because doing the blue quest will teach you some interesting things about the place that are sometimes relevant to the MSQ. Oh, Lara, that's very kind of you. The plot thickens! Yeah. I don't think Thancred's gonna die. I think Thancred's either just gonna go off with Eorzean on this thing that they're doing, which is gonna be why they're not around for 7.0. Or this is partial setup for 7.0, or that Thancred is gonna... I think this is maybe a potential sort of soft goodbye sort of thing. We'll see. Oh no, it's not your fault, V. I accepted because I thought, oh, we should head right there, but I didn't think, oh wait, also accept the quest first. I was happy that I had the free teleport. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention onto the second. To wit, obtaining the blessing of the Ilsabardian contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy onto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Literally, what, like 2 text boxes is all I had to wait for. I like getting flight because I feel like a lot of the time walking gives you time to think about what happened. That's, you know what? That's really fair, Jade. No, I think I've been talking to like Chris from Work to Game about this. Like the amount that flight really decreases size, scale, and scope for maps. Like maps just feel small. The difference between having to walk from one end of Garlemald to the other versus just like, okay, I'm gonna AFK fly over it and at speed is different. I mean, like it does shrink for sure. No, you don't have to be sorry, Raven. Just general recommendation. I don't fly. I still have issues with one annoying that one. Oh, right, the trailing quest. Yeah, you explained that. Lendriel, allow me to personally thank you for my assistance during the recent Voidsent incursion. Your actions saved many. What brings you here today? Pray, forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. Indeed, we appreciate you consulting with us instead of taking unilateral action. It is no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only for the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Though we have yet to re-establish a governing body, we provisionally refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly natives of Garlemald, most of whom are uncomfortable with the ethereal manipulation. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by Anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen old wounds. Better than facing a massive invasion by Golbez and his Voidsent hordes, surely. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. Yet even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. What's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen Voidsent with their own eyes? Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make them a fire, yes? But what if that person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it, and they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your actions for aggression and lash out. So like the fire that torments the instant individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome this fear. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alfino and Alice. With the report they have established with the Garlean people, I dare say they can provide us with invaluable insights. In the meantime, Oriange, I ask that you would remain here to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation. I love that we're dealing with what feels like more the reality of how people might react and feel, especially in contrast, like, it's not in contrast, but in a continuation with what happened during 6.0, right? You know what? I'm going to take Shade's point, and I'm going to actually just walk to Tertium, so I can talk to you guys and think about it. You know, that is so true. Like, even my own experience with things like anxiety, if you, just because something's good or a necessity, doesn't mean that, like, painful memories or painful experience can't make it a major problem, you know, or make it something that you can't accept and deal with. And I don't know. Maybe some people just find that annoying that we have to bother with faffing about like this and just like, just get to the major events. But I feel like, I know that bit of, it's not even just realism, but human condition truth is what makes me love 14, you know? I think 14 is a good balance, though, where flight is only unlocked once you are done with the zone. Yeah, I think in terms of, since 14 has it, they do limit it as much as they can. Like, they do limit it to do that first. So you do at least get a chance to experience the scope of it. Yeah, you do at least get an experience with it. Yeah, I struggle with quests like those. Yeah, like Zadnor with flight would be actually playable. It just speeds up so much that I think it can hurt the pacing of some things. Yeah. Yes, please let me travel faster once it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, it's tough, right? You think about the contiguous world of something like WoW, and the fact that, you know, pre-flight in the main parts of Azeroth, there was a much bigger sense of scale and scope and feeling like everything was a struggle. And I think that confluence between mechanical convenience versus the feeling of an expansive world that doesn't necessarily bend to your convenience is it's a fraught relationship. You know, at what point do you want your game to be less fun so that it feels more big? Honestly, a recent example I think of about this would be Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild. The amount of traversal options in Tears of the Kingdom, despite the amount of land in the game being 3 times X, or almost 3x, makes it in some ways feel much more narrower. I mean, did anyone forget the tower nearly went nuclear? The tower going nuclear at 6.1. Are you talking about the role quest? The final role quest with Fortunal? Because otherwise I'm not sure what you mean by the tower going nuclear, Yukio. Oh, of all the things. To dread fire even when one is freezing, to become a prisoner of one's fear. 'Tis a fate to which Voidsense too can succumb. I have taken the liberty of explaining our objective. Yeah, to be fair though, that wasn't so much the tower going nuclear, that was really more, I mean, it was, but the danger was more rooted in Nerva, right? But I feel like that whole thing is the same issue. I mean, it really, like, the role quest is optional, so you can't assume everyone's done that. But whether you have or haven't, the point kind of stands the same. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away. I would like to point out, because someone pointed this to me, and I don't know how I never noticed, but, and Love You Shall Find, the main theme that you hear in Tertium and in Worldlit, is just the Garlean anthem. A version of it. I am glad to see you, Landriel. Richa has explained our present dilemma. 'Tis no unfounded concern that the Garleans might take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. That's putting it mildly. Many would be up in arms over it. Trust in Ilsabardian contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Trust, again. Well, it seems to me there's not for it, but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then, perhaps we can begin working towards a compromise. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at a station called Senatus, near the Senecalum Imperialis. It would be honored to speak with them, though it may be prudent to learn where people elsewhere stand as well, but that I will leave to the others. Save Zero. Might you accompany me? I'm sure those in the Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along. Tertium we leave to you. You are no stranger to the people here, so it should take little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Then it is settled. Once you learned what we can, let us all meet in the Forum Solius, where we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. I'm trying to remember what the hell I did for Ulysses. I might have to figure something. For Garlemald! A memory of a time not that long ago. I just realized, is his blood staining the crimson link of the flag? It is. So if you don't know, the chain of Garlemald is the chains that bind them together, and that is supposed to be the blood of their countrymen. So the fact that the blood of Quintus stains it is actually really resonant. Do you know about the Tower of Babel? The Tower of Babel. What's it got to do with Voidsent? I can't say I understand. Still, you people have done much and more for us Garleans. If you say it's necessary, then it's good enough for me. It's very kind of him. We have need to activate the Tower of Babel. Activate the Tower of Babel? Are you out of your mind? The abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters! I can't even bear to look at whenever I step outside. If you want to do something for us, tear the bloody thing down. Yeah. Imagine if a tower rose from the ground and turned everyone in your family, either killed everyone in your family, turned them all into monsters, or at least made them go mad and try to kill you. Fear. Tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago when I lived in the provinces, the locals raised our village to the ground with this stuff. Made things appear and disappear in a fly and burn. I can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk about the tower any longer. It's unnatural. We have need to use the Tower of Babel. No! Stop it! The tower is evil! It turns us all evil! I don't want to hear it! Leave me alone! Not exactly a surprising reaction. We have need to make use of the Tower of Babel. Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean no disrespect to you and yours, but shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions, cut our rations, or worse! No, forget I said anything. Please. Oh, that is some complicated geopolitics. Well, it's interesting. You say that, right, V, that you're not hiding much, but the chains are for them, right? Rather than they're not the chains that they use to bind others, but the chains that bind them together. So, you know, it's kind of an inverted intent. Ulysses is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did. Landriel, may I present you to Lord Lienus Matthias, magistrates of our political council. They have been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until I joined by representatives of the Ilsabardian contingent. I see Alfino and Alice have yet to arrive, though, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter. If only some of you are present, we simply wish to make one thing perfectly clear. The tower is the manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the Imperial family, and I will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we had to suffer the foreigner occupying it, under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it. Nay, we've had enough. The Garlean of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war to her own people, not to Eorzean nor any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory. Garlemald and all that lies within our bounds is beholden to no one. Old ideologies die hard. But I like that it's, you know, I don't know. This is why I like 14. It's just like, you saved Garlemald, so everyone here loves you, and everyone's going to totally allow it. It's totally fine, and no one has any problems whatsoever. There is no common ground to be found with these men. In spite of this, you would still engage with them. I would. We will treat with Ilsabadi contingent, if only to assert our rights. If your intentions are as benevolent as you claim, then you will agree to our demands. That's some fucked up logic. I do not begrudge them their hostility. They merely seek to protect their homeland. That said, we must strive to reach an understanding with one another. Our sovereignty is of paramount importance. On this point, there can be no concession. Since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I will escort them to Tertium. I also instruct Alfino and Alice to meet us there. Lord Matthias and Lord Ignace, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with you, the residents of the Senatus. Though the Ilsabardian contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is I who wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it's meet that I be present for this discussion. It's my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hope and desires, for their dreams of the future, is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground upon which we might build a relationship and see us overcome our differences. Very well, but I know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premise should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. It is settled then. You should all head to the Senatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellencies safely to Tertium. Burning bright and gone away. I knew some of this propaganda. But it's not just about propaganda. Like, there's no state to produce propaganda anymore. It's old ideology. So it's not like, I don't think there's anyone around purporting, like, spreading Garlean propaganda. I think there's just the ideology that's inculcated itself and how people believe. And also, a certain amount of, like, people actually desiring autonomy. I think there's interesting parallels between this and, like, some of the Japanese post-World War II. You know, like, I think there's really interesting parallels between this and the relationship between Japan's relationship with the West. This is what the currently governing body. Anyone else worried? I mean, but the governing body making sure that it, like, that was never not necessarily going to happen, right? Being worried about having your own autonomy and also not just being taken advantage of willy-nilly. Like, yeah, I wouldn't say it's worrying. I guess I would say I would be more surprised if it had been any particularly easier than that. People who are older and have spent their entire life with the specific, inculcated specific ideology, like, Euless is proof to the pudding that it's not like inexorably headed towards contention that can't ever be resolved. But it's hard to figure that out, right? It's hard when two people are on different ends of the spectrum with opposing experiences and different backgrounds and miscommunicate, or not even miscommunicate, but like struggling to get on the same page. That shit's hard. Euless told us all. You have Lord Neas' permission to enter and speak with our residents, but not petition them directly for support. Remember that. The defenses beseech a cautious mindset, more so than Tertium. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I am given to understand that the outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. As do I, Zero. As do I. I just want to say that doing the new Pandemonium. Yeah! We're going to be doing that later tonight for sure, Percy-chan. The basic design is reminiscent of Tertium, though somewhat embellished. Tertium, but nicer. Interesting. begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Ilsabardian contingent and current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about the Enclave itself. Should we observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good. What do you think about the Ilsabardian contingent? You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I do not think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life, what remains of it at any rate. I trust them to do its best for Garlemald. You recognize the large cask of the very same you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum for Lapis Manalis. Why they're in Senatus is unclear. Oh. The furnishings are quite lavish. I'm reminded of Troya. The Garlemald rises again. Do you have any thoughts on the Ilsabardian contingent? How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without the outside aid. But that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed and we have our pride, people don't want to be beholden to others forever. There's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicating they were provided by the Ilsabardian contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid. There's the Garlean anthem part in there. Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? This and that, mistrust, though, an acceptance of the need. Much the same as me, then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity, and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you? It's absolutely out of the question. What is going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. What is the matter? Oh, no. I was just trying to explain that... Ah, mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it is impossible. It concerns the magitech weapons which run rampant throughout Region Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue once and for all, we proposed an elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route, but you heard him. They refused to even consider it. The magistrates have already spoken on this matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who is to say they are dangerous as you attest? It has been suggested this could be a pretense to scavenge magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains we cannot allow you to destroy them. More speculation on the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's naught we can do. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. An equitable arrangement, of course. Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position? As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I first must speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? By all means. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution that I believe will be satisfying to all parties. Yeah, no, I feel that already. Oh, I can feel another flare up for my stomach, so I may have to take a 5-minute break in a moment here, but we'll get through this first. Welcome back, all of you. I pray that there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe I'll stand to gain. As a Satra, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Radz-at-Han and the people of Garlemald. Which actually works well because Radz-at-Han is a neutral state, so it has historically been, so that makes sense. Please continue. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for this is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Estinien contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. It is no surprise that some of the Guardians loathe to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further, or surrounding more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement, one that will restore them to a sense of agency, having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done. What exactly did you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Radz-at-Han abided by the Treaty of Non-Interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue in this tradition. We would provide your people with such supplies as you would require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel, as well as share your magic resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for you will be duly compensated by Radz-at-Han's culture. Radz-at-Han's culture will be enriched by your magic wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Trade, sharing of ideas, that shit works. Only when both sides keep the interests of the others in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. It is a principle I once thought I understood, but I have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. Aww, 0 teaching lessons. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Radz-at-Han were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. If you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask that you join me in the negotiations with Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Neas and Matthias. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation, so I too shall hie me to Tertium. Oh, and the flare died down. Always something, you know. Constantly adjusting. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but bodies and their limitations can be silly sometimes. Can we finally begin the negotiations? I'm assuming there's gonna be a cutscene. Oh no, interesting. A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Babel is ours by rights, and nothing you will do will convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the satrap of Radz-at-Han, I wish to establish a new trade agreement between our nations. Yeah. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. Tis true we do not want for Magitech and ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merits. What? I cannot believe what I'm hearing. You served the Emperor and were a proud patriot, and now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant. Like you, I weep for what we have lost. If we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense! Utter nonsense! You are a traitor, Matthias, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes, when the people of Senatus learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Lord Matthias, wait! It isn't safe out there. The old ways die hard. A lesson throughout history. An embarrassing display of a man of Matthias' station should have the capacity to keep his emotions in check. While I am thrilled Lord Matthias was willing to consider my proposal, I am worried about Lord Matthias. To be honest, to the best of my knowledge, Lord Matthias is a civil servant with no combat experience. Should he meet with misfortune, he may fare poorly. Well, it also explained why he's more prideful and more reticent. I fear for Lord Matthias. I am not surprised. Some people cannot be moved by mere words. It's far too dangerous for civilians to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Matthias. Let us leave the matter here in Maxima's care, while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Matthias is bound for Senatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. I don't know how I spent so long not noticing the literal Garlean anthem in there. Bum 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 bum. I literally used to sit to that and listen to it for work. Does anyone else find a parallel to that in the Voidcast of the 13th, the old Garleans? I mean, one, there's some interesting thing that the 13th seems to be Italian themed in some ways, and then Garlemald is, Latin, so Rome. Yeah, it's I don't know, because the fall of the 13th came from mistrust and people not being able to trust each other and stabbing each other in the back, and that's not really the core of what Garlemald's fall was. I mean, a broken world trying to reclaim itself. I think there's an extent, like a broken, nation, a broken shard. But I think the 13th, the thing is, everyone's resigned to things being as they are in the 13th, whereas the Garlemald's fighting for the soul of what it's going to be next. So I think there's probably some parallels to make, and maybe there's ones I'm missing. But I feel like there's actually quite... I guess, in a much more broad sense, what do you do when your world has fallen apart? How do you forge ahead, I think that at its core is similar. I am alive. Is now we in cutscene? Yeah, okay, cutscene.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Matthias. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless, and I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Yeah. There is. Quintus. You gave up.
So long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Matthias, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
I love that they didn't just drop
wait.
Garlemald after 6.
I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Bound him with trust. Yules is so confused.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once.
Oh no, Golbez. And it will be Cecil.
A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened.
Interesting.
They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away.
Which is then that's why we were told by Nuclear High why the Warriors of Light on the 13th failed is that they couldn't work together. So that all makes sense.
I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. Perhaps it was just an offer and nothing more. I continued fighting alone, but ultimately I was undone, overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it.
I think she's gonna trust the wrong person. Or it's been some wrong from your what perspective?
I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone.
Oh, fuck, she's gonna... Oh, fuck. Yep. We taught her all the right lessons.
Now. No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again. The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Emotion. Maybe with a handshake.
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
Thank you. I feel at last as though I've found the answers I've sought. I know it all to you, Euless. Right then. I expect the others have already back at Tertium. We should join them. I feel like I know where this story is going, and I really hope it's gonna zig when I'm expecting it to zag. Oh, Raven. Gainsborough, good to glad to have you. Full glad am I to see that everyone returned, none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Garlean community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. You've read the memorandum. I trust you find the terms acceptable. I do. Aeneas, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiations solely on your shoulders in my absence. You should know that when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Den, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Voidsend invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say that recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of Ceruleum. I have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep themselves in the Senatus are here. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I am pleased to inform you all of this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Radz-at-Han. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individual before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Radz-at-Han will provide us with supplies which shall be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it makes a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Radz-at-Han holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that through this agreement, our people will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather around to hear the particulars that you might convey to them to those elsewhere. Oh, that's funny. I don't know if that's an intentional mess up, but that Garlean that has an Elzen head has the Elzen ears. It's not a modified cure head, so burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer to others, that validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. 'Tis by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the Aether tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but wait to show a signal to channel the energy to the moon, yes? Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alfino. No need to worry. Devote all your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. You are good friends. Kiko, good to see glad to have you. Good morning, Gaines. Ray, good to see glad to have you. Good morning. Going to get food, prepare for the trial. Sounds good, Bridia. Moments like these give me hope that we still have a place in this world. I'm not wrong to call them that, am I? Friends? No, Zero, you're not. Garlean technology shall enrich my people's lives and empower them to achieve great feats. I'm particularly eager to see what our alchemists have inspired to create. Good friends, eh? And coming from her, you know she's not saying it to be nice. Both Radz-at-Han and Garlemald stand to benefit greatly from this agreement. It may well mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Bum, bum, bum. More than true.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand.
Let's.
Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Y'shtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Y'shtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Azdaja from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
So that's why Breacher should be on hand.
You would have me go in my true form.
Interesting.
Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radz-at-Han, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Azdaja, I would entrust her eye to your keeping. Will you do this for me?
I wonder if there's any Aether left. I mean, it's Aether devoid, but it's still manifest, so I wonder if it's still... Probably
We shall
not.
contact you via link pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Y'shtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
I wonder if Link Pro communication... Well, the radio must work, so I wonder if the etheric waves...
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
I've got worries. I got worries.
In Mare Elementorum, then. Go well.
If you made it to drink Game Zero's hat tipping, would you get drunk? Yeah, you get alcohol poisoning. Yeah, you'd be sloshed before you do it. She does it sometimes multiple times in a scene. Oh, my partner in over in back in Minnesota, who's still moving stuff, just sent a photo of Deadpool to me because he's still back in Minnesota. Oh, let me pull it up for you guys. The boy woke up. That's a good boy. God, I love Artorum's music. You could say it is how Zero blushes. Yeah, I mean, you could. You definitely could. Oh, shit. So, probably have a conversation. Yeah, but so I assume that what is it called? The Cradle of Darkness, that's what it's called. I was going to call it the Dark Below, but that's not. The Cradle of Darkness, I mean, she kind of said is basically a component to it, but I wonder if it's the remaining Aether of Zodiark, it's the astrality of Zodiark, if it's, if Zodiark bore a connection to itself to the other reflections, and so there's still a link of its Aether between reflections. I wonder what it's going to be the fundamental component. The moon. When Xenos brought me here, I remember feeling surprised such a desolate place could exist in the source. Out of amber, rod in time.
I took the liberty of informing Y'shtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Nadana! Matthias.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra
I love
hands.
they're just using Matthias theme now. It's just
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
What is this?
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtora even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on void sense summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Gralhatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied. The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Void-sent containment seal. Interesting.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it. We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
Interesting. Okay, but if the Atmos doesn't have the portal, Donna made a comment on. There you go. The Empire's application of aetherchemistry into regulating void gates provided us with many useful insights for our work, let me tell you. You shall even manage to get a loan of elegant treaties on void sense summoning from the prize collection of St. Koinak. Granted, if only the artificial atlas was one thing, but this opportunity is again another. You shall even manage to get a loan of elegant treaties on void sense summoning gate. Which would make sense. Okay, the void scent tear created by the Crystal Tower. Prize application of aetherchemistry regulating. The Elegant Empire's application of aetherchemistry regulating void scent gates. Okay, so maybe we're going to basically use the same fundamental technology used to create the tear that was used for the Cloud of Darkness. A la the Crystal Tower, because that didn't seem to necessarily necessitate a fundamental voidal rift existing. It seemed to be able to rip one itself. Put a bubble over the portal. Not so much a bubble. So these brands are basically securing gates. So these are supposed to trap a being of extreme astral power within this area here. Like they did with Zodiac before. But, so like restoring them would in theory allow them to bind anything that could come through a gate if a gate was created here. preventing it from spilling out into the world. I did it again. Oh yeah, I'm down to run the trial, by the way, unless the P9 Q pops. I'm assuming your P9 Q pop is gonna pop before I get to the trial. But if I'm near the trial, then Jade, I would love to have you. So we already have V, Alara, Raven. I'm sure we can get more of you guys if anyone is interested in joining in the trial. I'm assuming it's probably soon-ish. Like, once we go to the Void is when it's gonna pop off. Although we still have Zero getting angry at the Loporrits for some reason. Maybe again joking about devouring them or something. So this is one of the brands that once imprisoned Zodiac. Where I describe it to my comrades back home, I doubt my words would do it justice. How did you fare with the preparations below? The seal was we mean to erect. I assume it won't hinder half-voidsent like me from going in the other direction. Y'shtola hath done well indeed to devise a seal in so short a time. 'Tis testament to her ingenuity in times of need. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiac's brand and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling voidsent. Yet though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there's a chance it will allow lesser voidsent to slip through. We shall reforge each of Zodiac's brand and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling voidsent. Though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there's a chance it will allow lesser voidsent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe that Loporrit supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Eorzean, Lendriel, the two of you have strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with the Living Way and Bestway Burrows and provide any assistance they require. I will join you as a voidsent. My knowledge may be of use. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to the reforging the brands. I'll send word when we have finished. Pray, do the same. Okay, now we go to the Loporrits. Cool, Rid is in. Bold assumption. How is the QP9 not like instant, Jade? I'm surprised. Alara, are you doing good so far? Have you been able to make it? Raven, if your gear is too low, if you go buy Tombstone gear right now, it should be enough. So like you should be able to, or crafted gear, or any of that should work fine. We can also wait a couple seconds. I could go. Oh wait, no, I'm in curl right now, so I can't. But like I can take a second to go do some stuff. There you are. You still have surprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters as a precautionary measure in the case this voidsent containment seal of her proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can and will bring them to a northeastern corner in short order. Please, wait there. Oh, I missed what Zero was gonna say. Ah, frick, I wonder what Zero says for the Loporrits. Despite their bestial appearance, these creatures are highly intelligent, and much like you and yours, they take pleasure in helping others. Ever grateful am I for the Loporrits' irrepressible compulsion to help. Far Cry easier than the Garleans. Cooler. Wow. Crazy Jade.
Dread
dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
I love Loporrits. Oh, I bet one of them they're gonna be tuned to attack Void Sense, so one of them's gonna try to attack Zero.
Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush. Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Hydaelyn, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always. Right, so, we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor.
Yeah.
Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
They fucking ran away.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
That'll do! A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots!
Oh, shit.
Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrades' enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed.
Even carrots is a measurement of time.
If you were to provide us with encouragement...
What are you, Numo?
We just might be able to do it in 2.
Okay, so that's a new emote for sure, right?
This I leave to you.
Oh my god. Fucking do the prey emo over here with Urianger. I'll lead the engineers engage. Come on, Sleeping Way, wake up! You can do it! What? Engage! Engage! Oh, sorry, I was in the midst of... forgive me. The set of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep-inducing. Well, I'll try to keep... The more repairs, oh, they proceed apace, I assure you, but they might go even more swiftly if you were to spur us on. You know, rally us. Wink, wink. Come on, Mapping Way! Map those parts! What a marvelous feeling! There's nothing like wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up! Oh, what could be more splendiferous than the repairs of our supporters under the loving gaze of people from Aetheris? Nothing, I tell you, nothing! Save for one such individual to rally us while we go about it, but a humble Loporrit can only dream. Come on, singing away! Sing the parts back together! With you cheering me on, I can do not less than my very best! Literally made the Hummingway sound from FF4. Never fear, we shall ensure the supporters are ready for any voids and brazen enough to slip through. And if they seem to struggle, we'll rally them! Or at least we would if someone was kind enough to demonstrate. Come on, Growing Way, this is how you rally them to make them fight! Ooh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. I mean, showing us the proper technique so we may keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency. My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray, attend to the remaining busy work and leave the deployment of our new and improved void scent slaughter bots to us.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands. Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
I wonder if those bands are going to be permanently fixed on the map now. I got so used to seeing them broken. Oop, almost did the thing. You stole it, was it? The brand are ready, I presume. Excellent. With the Loporrits having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Y'shtola post-haste and prise open our gates into the void. It's a well, is current crafted gear 8 million per? Just don't buy current crafted gear, buy old crafted gear. Like because that's probably the brand new stuff. Yeah, don't buy the newest crafted gear right now, because they're gonna charge the highest that they possibly can, because people are gonna buy it for wanting to like do raiding or like, I mean, I don't know why they would for raiding, because it's day one. It's not, Savage isn't even out yet. It's not until a week from now. And we thought humor was only for Hildy quests. Yeah. And so much scrap metal, yeah. 0, right? Old crafted gear is not enough. Do you have, well, tombstone gear? I mean, you could buy tombstone gear. It should be crafted gear. I'm really surprised old crafted gear, like the last tier crafted gear, is enough. Usually the difference of like what's the difference between? Mount Ordeals was 610. So, and Storm's Crown was what, 590? 600. So you should be able to do 620. Right? You should be able to, as long as you can get 620. Which, I mean, there's the Alliance gear, there's the Tombstone gear, especially if you augment it. If you get the Manderville weapons, that's 630, which would get you closer to 620. Yeah. Worst case, I'm sure someone can spot you some money or something. Days requires 615, I recall. EX requires 630. Okay, so then 615 you should be able to easily get with, even with crafted, right? Isn't crafted 615 or is it 610? If you're at 611 or if you're under 615, like go, you can ask people in chat how to figure that out, but it really should, you should be able to solve that pretty easily. Old crafted is 610, okay. Because the thing is that as long as you have like a couple pieces, like if you have full 610 but then Manderville weapons, you'd probably be at 615. Or if you get, you know, just go use the tomes. Because if you haven't been using your tomes for armor, then you probably have at least a max of 2,000. Unless you've been spending it to make money, but you should always be prioritizing armor over money. Well, I guess that is a very subjective opinion. I guess that's just in my mind, like, you do armor and then you go spend the rest. But my thanks for seeing us to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. I'd also recommend doing that before heading into the trial cutscene and stuff, because you may not be able to get back out. Well, you probably will be able to get back out, but yeah. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alice in the Tower of Babel to channel Aether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Eorzean and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. That is all. If there are no questions, let us begin. General recommendation between patches, at least make sure you got full tome here. You have 4 months to do it, it usually is pretty manageable.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. But give the word and we will begin channeling the Aether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
You should also be able to buy old gear and augment it into 620. I guess you still need tomestones for that. I'm a fire in my laser! Blah! I guess that was a much shorter stream than the last Blast from Babel, so the amount of Aether... Although, honestly, why didn't they just teleport the like, Aether containers over? I wonder what prevented that. Ah, damn, that's a lot of Aether.
By the sisters!
Eorzean, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
Okay, yeah, they're doing it the alley.
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
Six brands, 6 elements, all in alignment.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place. Let's see how well it holds.
Honestly, that tear that big that's wild. Even with the amount of Aether, I have to assume that at least some of the Aether used must have been from within the Mare, because a tear that huge.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this! So this is the promised land? The land of boundless ether?
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
I was going to say, did Breacher just fly to the moon, but actually that's established in canon as a thing that they can do.
Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
Question. If Breacher is able to sail from the star to the moon, as we know Midgard Summer did from the Dragon Star to Aetheris, what would have necessarily prevented us from just creating a portal not on the moon and riding on Breacher's back to Mare? I wonder if an important part of that is actually the ethereal currents between the two bodies, which would have been fucked up between the moon of the 13th and the reflection.
It's incredible, Y'shtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source.
I'm gonna reread that just because, like, actually, a part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you. Our success has only served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined the reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. The imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the aether of a reflection to flood into the source. Yep. Okay, that's everything we knew. That's all the stuff we knew so far.
But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Yes, we've wondered that for forever.
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them.
Yeah, okay, so it's just what we assumed. There's not anything else.
Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis.
Umbrality, yep.
Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures.
Oh! That makes sense. Why is the 13th created rifts, whereas nothing else? I always assumed it was a byproduct of astrality, but it makes sense that astrality naturally would cause the quickening of the reflections and cause them to be pulled back together, whereas umbrality prevents it. So it was to do with astrality, but I just didn't make the leap in assuming that it was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it is in line with basically all the theories and all the understandings we have thus far.
Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now,
yeah, so it was okay. I was right about Zodiark.
It was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us.
Right. Because that same premise doesn't exist
Even
on
so,
other shards.
In the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
It's interesting that they refer to that as a reality rather than as a timeline. As also establishing that it still exists. The other thing that's interesting too is that we know that voidal tears also appeared in the first, even despite its umbrality. Even though light was ascendant there, it could be crafted and created. Well, I guess that was also an art that was done before the flood even began, which means that there still should be, the 13th should still be able to act as a terminus.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Azdaja and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Here we go. Contention.
Into the void once more.
Primogenitor. Through the breach. Ooh, here we go. Interestingly, travel through the abyss is definitely establishing that it is still through the interdimensional rift in the expanse of time and dimensions. I forget if they did that during 6.3 or 6.2, or would it be 6.2? I think they did, right?
This is the moon of the 13th. It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
Oh, actually, you know what? I'm curious. From here, can you see the land masses? I mean, we even had the confirming that the land masses kind of share a... No, you can't really tell because between the cloud cover and like the way everything's broken up. I guess that could like be Mericidia with a smaller island, or no? Oh no, because those are cloud covers. You can see parts of the continent beneath, though. Where is? No, I can't quite tell, but you can see bits of the world beneath. So yeah, so this is specifically cloud cover. Shoreline on the left would mean that it would have to be Eorzea, Vilbrand, or the New Worlds. It doesn't look really familiar to any of those, so. My lance will be ready should any more of Golbez's prawns appear. The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps? No matter how strain you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. Golbez's arena. Zero appears to be lost in thought, her gaze fixed upon the fathomless abyss. Hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there is nothing. So far you have failed to find any clues as to Azdaja's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say? I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the cradle of darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths.
I bet that's why his old Golbez consumed, or is, or
strange, though.
Something.
When Zodiac perished in the source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
That's where Golbez is probably getting a lot of his power from. Uh-oh.
Climb on, my friends. Azdaja is here, within this chasm. Drown King.
Sister. Tis I, Vritra. I have come to rescue thee.
You were entrusted with Azdaja's eye, were you not?
Okay, so the eye still does have some amount of Aether. What? How?
Oh,
Vritra, wherefore art thou here? Oh, thank goodness. Tis thee, dear sister, truly thee. How long have I dreamed of this moment? Would that I could have found thee sooner, but I am here now. Let us return home together. Thou, the thought filleth me with joy, but I fear it cannot be. Not even with a dragon's might can these chains be broken. For they are forged on the very will of the man named Golbez.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Thou keepest company with mortals? I do. They are my stalwart allies, without whom I could not have come this far. Is that so? Then much time hath passed indeed. Why do I know that voice? Her voice actress, I feel like I know from somewhere. It doth feel like only yesterday that we were fighting the Void-sent hordes men of Allag had unleashed on Mericidia. More Mericidia comments? Desperate to save Tiamat, I flew into the lightless world to strike at the heart of the Cloud of Darkness's forces. But the Void-sent I slew returned again and again, and before I knew it, the rift betwixt worlds had closed. I was stranded, bereft of strength. Thou didst save the lives of full many, sister. Today we are abide in harmony with men, working side by side and forging enduring bonds. Indeed, in the course of searching for thee, I did cross paths with many a noble mortal, with whom I built a nation of rich diversity. To thee I would show it, My beautiful Radz-at-Han, I shall not rest until thou art free. When Golbez found me collapsed, the darkness ravaged my wounds. He spoke and said, "'Tis but a matter of time before you turn, but I have the power to stop it." And he did. For a price, I would remain myself, but bound, an everlasting feast for his minions who supped upon my Aether over thousands of years.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
If such is thine attempt at encouragement, mortal, then thou art as graceless as Nidhogg. 'Twas Golbez who did weave the spell, and so his defeats should serve to unravel it. Would it suffice as a show of spirit were I to reveal what I know of the villain?
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Mayhap, in order to sustain the magic, he cannot travel far from this place. He doth prefer to send minions to carry out his will, but on occasion will himself ascend to the moon's surface. And every time, without fail, he will visit the same location to the south. Something of import lieth there, doubt not.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
What could he be doing? He could be storing Aether in order to create a mass amount of portals from 13th to Source. That he's waiting to execute that plan. That may be one outcome. Since we're gonna probably get into the trial in a second, or I'll just go straight to cutscene. Let's start. I'm gonna start getting people who want to join for the for the trial. So if anyone wants to join, let me know in chat. I'm surprised she doesn't sense Nidhogg. Yeah, question. So Jade, okay, Jade's in. Okay, let me pull my friends list. Jade, Rydia, Raven's already in party. Sounds like Y'shtola. She sounds like Vidalfnir or Tiamat, not sure which. Yeah, sounds a little like Y'shtola. It could be. It sounds a little different. Jackson, what's your character's name? Sorry, I have a hard time keeping track when it's different than, and I don't know if I have it on Lent. Yeah, and then also final invites for anyone. Rydia, I'm assuming you're bringing tank, so between V and Alara, we probably got healers covered. Ray, how far are you in? Because we've got a bit. And I could take a second to, like, look at gear and prep and stuff. Okay, okay, Aetherfont's also 625 gear, so that's also nice. Is that 625? Is that better? No, because I'm at 630. The only thing that's in 620 is my wrists. Is that wrists? Or is that? No, it's necklace, damn it. Okay, so you're ways back. Okay, you are Luminar, Jackson? Okay. That was what I thought, but I'm always worried I'm wrong. Final call for if you want to join the trial. I sent the invite, Luminar. So you just have to accept it. Another couple minutes? Okay, cool. Let me just make sure that that's sent. Yeah, it's already been. Okay, cool. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area, if you could see to the south. What is the weather here? Vacuity. I guess that makes sense, it's vacuous. Oh, did we lose Raven? Okay, yeah, no worries, Raven. I have only performed a cursory search, but I doubt there's anything of note further west. Perhaps you could try looking to the southeast. I could not discern the structure of any kind from above. Whatever this place or object might be, Golbez hath hidden it well. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye.
Did you find something?
Is it gonna be a memento of... Okay, crystal. It could be Cecil. It could be, or whoever Wiki was with. Because it could be maintaining. Or is it just full of memories? Yeah, okay. Echo Vision. It just depends if it contains a person or only memories, like an aura site. Interesting. We're gonna get a name.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
Okay, so that's Durante. But, like, the guy that we're currently seeing has the armor. However, Durante that we're seeing is... has the voice of Golbez, which is interesting.
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
So then whose memories are these?
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now, we are all shaped by the darkness inside us. I choose to believe that had these men known peace of plenty, they would have not been consumed by mistrust and avarice. So why are we getting a voice? My assumption
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
There's a reason we're not being given their voice or their name. And it's either because the names of important or because this is a reflection of the Warrior of Light.
I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Oh, hey. Who is that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts memoriates taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
Maybe I'll just keep the text box up just in case.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Called out. Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memoriates remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
Baron! Starting city of Final Fantasy IV. Also, the king still exists at that point. Interesting. No, give me more memories.
Had another vision of the past, did you?
I saw what seemed to be two men. And
I was in it. It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquille.
Sister!
You. I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriate who vanquished my minions. Correct.
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Knew that was coming, but will she
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
Okay.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes?
I'm so glad to be wrong.
When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Yep, I knew it. We played right into his hands. Speak plainly, jailer.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
Because it's a direction. Fuck. Okay. Azdaja, no!
Is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Vritra, thou must flee.
Rise, O shadow dragon, and obey. Kill him.
Pay for that. Sister, please.
Damn you!
Keep our guests occupied.
Save her.
Save my sister.
I don't know how much we can do. Once a form's been corrupted, it's usually irreversible.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you. Face me.
Don't worry, I don't need an invitation. I'll defeat you and then I'll free Azdaja.
blessed light. You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
The Voidcast Deus now accessible. Okay. Sarah, good to glad to have you. Final call. I wonder if the Aether got tipped into the darkness like tempering. No, it's the just ambient Aether corrupting physical form. It basically becoming a Void Sent, same thing as becoming an Sin Eater. I think it did. Ascendant said they were experimenting with 13 and helped them doing other rejoinings. Yeah, so they tipped the 13th towards darkness too excessively, and then it flooded into darkness, but it couldn't be rejoined to the source because the source hadn't been tipped as well. Yeah, no, she didn't betray us. She didn't have a choice in the matter. The ambient darkness of the world. Okay, thanks, V. Sarah, do you want to join us for the trial? Raven will have the eye level Elio. We're waiting V to get a match for creating it. Sweet. Let me re-invite him, Raven, in the meantime, then. You want to join? Cool. Raven. There she goes. Sarah, where are you? We were just past you all the time. There you go. No, it's okay, Raven. I would just say, like, you know, try to have patch, like, a checklist for patch prep next time, you know? Don't stress it. It's not a problem. Okay. But yeah, to explain the darkness, the 13th was the first reflection they tried to rejoin. And the problem is they tilted it towards darkness, but they didn't tilt the source and set the source up for a calamity, like a calamity event to happen. So the 13th was flooded with darkness too quickly, but it couldn't actually rejoin itself to the source. So then it was just a world full of astrality and darkness. And so it couldn't have its flood moment because it was already too late. The Astinien didn't know what to do with it, so they moved on. But they left it to suffer for all time. The inability to work together thing again, I wonder if it's a matter of the astral chaos. There's an impression that darkness affects it. Yeah. I mean, and also about Void Sent and how Void Sent are worst in our jealousy, our envy, our worst things, made worse. So yeah, so she didn't have a choice in the matter, really, yeah. Called, I've been saying she get turned so out. Oh, yeah, I mean, well, it's super Luminar. Like, most of us were certain that was going to happen. One, I mean, by the trailer came out, we knew it was going to happen because of the Shadow Dragon, but also because if you've done 4 and you know Golbez and his Shadow Dragon, we were kind of just waiting for it to happen. The question was more about how. V, if you need money, I can also just spot you guys some money and you could just buy some stuff off the... or whatever works. In the short term, let us... When you say some time, V, are we talking like a lot of money? Okay. So let me know what you need from me. Oh my god, okay. In the meantime, we've had some bad news already with Azdaja, so let's get some good news. So one bad fact, but now here's Puppy. He is currently asleep with his head bonked against a bed. Fast asleep like that. I'm not spending no 8 mil on overpriced shit. Yeah, no worries. I've only played this one. Never played any other Final Fantasies that reference are lost on me. Ah, yeah. So in here, I can pull up while we look while we wait real quick. So in FF4, you have the Shadow Dragon, which is this guy, which is clearly what, you know, Azdaja is being based off of. Shadow Dragon is also called Shadows, the enemy in Final Fantasy IV that is summoned by Golbez after locating the underworld crystals in the Dwarven Castle. So, yeah. And you even see Golbez. So, like, there's, like, Golbez with the Shadow Dragon in Dissidia, Golbez commanding the dragon when you fight him. Like, so it's a famous aspect of his thing. Coming dawn. Does Deadpool sometimes sleep in weird positions? He often sleeps in weird positions. Yeah, so like the music right now is a reference to 4. The Red Moon is a reference to 4. The 4 Fiends are a reference to 4. Baron, the kingdom that the Golbez was referencing, is where Cecil comes from. And it's like this first starting city. Those who have played the other games have been very fun for me. Good. What's another example? There's tons of FF4 references. The boss you face in Aetherfont is a reference to FF4. The music on the Red Moon is also, yes, the music on is the Moon music reference. Yeah. Let me pull up the boss from the Octa Mammoth that you fight in that we just fought in Aetherfont is a reference to this guy in FF4. So just like Endwalker, there's a lot of FF4 Endwalker references to Endwalker, but the patch content especially has been really heavy in them. Battle music in the Burrows, I'm still there for battle. Yeah, battle music in the Burrows. The Burrows music is also the Loporrit's, the Hummingway's music in FF4. Having a red moon and a white moon isn't a thing in a reference to FF4. How there's Mari Lamatorum and then there's also like this moon. I mean, there's tons and tons and tons more than that even. Zero is potentially a reference to Zeromus. We'll see one way or another. It's just a laundry list. One of the things that's really cool about 14 is, and they've been doing this since, I mean, A Realm Reborn especially, is that they take old Final Fantasies and they reinterpret them. So the plot of the Crystal Tower, for instance, is a complete reinterpretation of FF3's plot. Of like a lot of FF3's plot, both like Xanadu, the Crystal Tower and stuff. It's like they take that core like reference points and imagery and ideas and then recontextualize them into the 14 world in a way that makes sense. The same way that they do that with Ivalice, the same way that they do that with, I mean, any number of things really, both musically and like imagery wise. V, do you have an ETA by any chance? Okay, 10:02. Just waiting for making no fail. Okay, cool. I have party chat on, so now I can see it. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think anyone's surprised by Azdaja's fate, especially after the trailer, but it does not make it hurt less and does not make it angry. Because the thing is that it's not like she's got tempered. Her body got physically corrupted, and so you think about what happened to Tesleen, right? Same idea, basically, is what happened here. once a body is physically corrupted, undoing that corruption is not really a thing historically. To be fair, tempering fixing was not a thing until it was figured out, but healing a soul is very different than healing a physical form. Altering a physical form is kind of problematic, especially because like the Aether of her eyes is already corrupted, so her source and font of Aether and her own soul is corrupted, as well as her physical body. I don't know how you undo that. You know, but we're doing a lot of firsts, right? In 5.x we solved tempering. In this, we're in 2.x we're creating a void gate, so it's not hopeless. I want to hug Reacher so much, yeah. And Walker has just been childhood callbacks. Yeah, big FF4 references. I'm just very thankful. Like, I was really predicting that there was a good chance that Zero might join Golbez, because think about it this way. You're like, oh, okay, the lesson she's learning is trust. The lesson she's learning is not to sacrifice others for the sake of oneself. Imagine, so you can be like, oh, she's going to trust us and she's not going to sacrifice the source just to save 13th. But you can invert that. You could be like, she'll trust Golbez and she's not going to just watch the 13th suffer if she can potentially save them. And there's a strategy to do it without just destroying the source. Long shot, throw her into the Ethereal Sea to undo it, pull her back out. Well, but that wouldn't undo anything. The Ethereal Sea isn't like a back to tank. Throwing her into the Ethereal Sea would just cause her Aether to either break down and join the Ethereal Sea. It wouldn't restore it. Like, her current equilibrium is now her new equilibrium. The Ethereal Sea can restore souls because it can lift like corruption from it, but that doesn't solve body problems really. You might be able to cleanse tempering from a soul when it's returning to the Ethereal Sea, but you'd have to extract the soul, put it in the sea, and also then it would also start to begin breaking down. Like, there might be ways to solve that by putting her soul in the sea that might do something, but we already have that as a solution because it's already the cure for tempering that we use. It's already what you do with Angelo. So using the Ethereal Sea, that wouldn't really solve the problem. Is the issue. At least not historically. Again, maybe there's going to be revisions or something else. I am only using the past precedent and explanations of the fundamental aetherology. I'm gonna throw a Rubber Ready check, so just let me know if you guys, like, feel free to let me know once it's good. Yeah, it's just about eye level because it won't let you start it. The difference of like 5 stat points is irrelevant. It's mostly just about it. 617, cool, we're good to go. Let's hit it, guys. Thank you so much to Alara and V. Thank you for V for hopping on that and getting that taken care of. I really appreciate it. Talk about that instant Q, baby. Pay for what you've done, Golbez. Knight in Black, Golbez.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
Heed my call.
None shall deny us salvation.
Okay, let's pay attention to the mechanics.
This place shall be your tomb.
Okay, a meteor.
I will free us from the wheel.
Push. Okay. Where he faces is a strike. Yep, makes sense. That's what I would have expected.
Where my rime-kissed blades.
Okay, just like Emmett, don't be where it's pointing.
I will suffer no obstacles.
Get behind him.
No matter the foe, I will stay the course.
Multi-strike, okay.
Let lightning surge.
What will it be? Okay, it's gonna be a follow. Rotate. Get behind him. When he pulls his sword back, he's going for a strike. Binding cold. Okay. That's just straight wide.
Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow.
Azdaja's shadow.
With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation. You shall know true terror.
I'm assuming mitigate. Yeah.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them.
Get behind him.
Bathe them in black flame.
Oh boy, that's gonna be interesting. Oh, that's interesting.
My meteor.
Remember, you can use knockback immune.
Your light. A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Okay, is it about order? Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, okay, it is the order. So it's gonna be next to these. Okay, reset. Oh, fuck, I forgot Jade has Procure. So that's just, you just look at the order that they spawn in the circle, and that's the order you go for the orbs. Or not Procure of your arrays.
You wretch.
Switching off to give you a second to pull health back up, Rid.
Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
The lightning is just keep rotating. Okay, light parties. Don't stack both. Cool.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
This is, look at the order.
gone!
Get behind him. Finding cold, so that's just ice.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Where my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb. Crush them.
Get behind him.
Render unto me your all.
Remember, you can use knockback immune once you're standing in the thing.
My meteors will extinguish.
If you don't use knockback, you have to place yourself in orientation to where the pushback is. No, don't limit break. Oh no, we might need that for resing. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and it was fucking Jade with the Of course.
Let lightning surge.
We're doing fine. I'm sure they'll be fine.
Raging gale to rend you asunder.
I love that it has the FF4 overworld theme in it too. Oh, whoops.
Be gone.
Get behind him. I keep getting caught by that one too, where he does the donut around him afterwards. I gotta remember that. Sword is now a cleave plus the donut.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom.
Oh, that is an interesting pattern.
Where my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Terrastorm, has he done that one yet? Okay, no, that's just the meteor.
Crush them.
And then we're gonna... Then donut, yeah. I guess not donut. My meteors will oh, I stepped
extinguish
too
your
early.
light.
Damn it, I stepped out too early. Okay, reset. Yeah. So yeah, you guys got the tower down by the second time. Good job. Or by the first time, I mean. Trevor's gonna ask. Any questions? Is where I'm dropping knockback okay? Yeah, I think that's perfect, V. I think in general, everyone basically, as long as you throw up your Surecaster arm's length, that's the perfect time. You should be good. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think we're good. I think we just, like, now that we know it. Don't forget that about halfway through when he starts doing his sword attack, he also does a ring, circle around him afterwards, so to back out. For the air attack, just look at the pattern for how the guys spawn. For the comet, just get away from where the comet's dropping. For ice, I don't know if there's anything specific other than it just being a raid wide. I'm sure there is. But, yeah, lightning, just keep moving. Yeah, an EX maybe, yeah. Okay, ready, checking? Let's hit it, guys. Good first try.
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel.
Be in the habit of being far away from him after he does the sword attack, because remember, he's going to start doing a ring around it.
Where my rime-kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course.
If you do not need to be stacked on the tanks, please stack off the tanks. Go be with the group, please. Luminar, if you could please go be with the group. Thank you. Because we have to maneuver for our tank busters. Get behind him. Yeah, I need to be in the habit of getting out of that ring. I'm already still not doing it.
Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation. You shall know true terror. Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them. Bathe them in black flame. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Oh boy. I went the wrong direction, but that's fine. I'm just gonna involve. I'm also stepping out of the towers too early, so I gotta stop doing that. Okay, what's order? Okay, so it's in a... Wait, what? Oh, it's reverse order. Or maybe it's not in order? Maybe I'm just wrong. We'll see.
Look to the heavens for your doom. You wretch. Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
I wonder if it's faster in EX. It's like
gale
there's such a delay in between it actually going off and it going off. I'm so used to snapshot being way earlier. Okay, let's pay attention. So that time it was in a ring, counterclockwise. Okay, that time, okay.
Be gone.
Did the too early thing again. Oh, and ring. Try not. Okay. If I'm in front of you, try not to run in front of me because I can use passage of arms on us. But if people run out of it, it doesn't do any good.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Okay, comment again.
Crush them.
Get away. Make sure to stay away from him.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light. Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
Okay, get ready to rotate. Oh, that's bad.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
For it to go off, don't get impatient.
Be gone.
Get behind him. Jade with the LB.
Look to the heavens.
What's more powerful against darkness than light?
Where my rime-kissed blades.
Ah, I tried to bait that too long.
This place shall be your tomb. Crush them.
If you have a ring, get off other people with ring and then just stay still. You let other people adapt around you, rather than if you have a ring running around, because that people can't predict that. Almost there. And done. Good job, everybody.
My power.
Feel like you to get a Photoshop after photo. Stay around for after.
Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
Oh, too late. Okay, people left. Well, here, we can still get one real quick. Please stand behind. Here. Ah, that's fine. You have to do /sit, please. You have to do the full animation or it doesn't count. If you just press it, it doesn't work. You have to do full down and then jump. Oh! Guys? I think we glitched G-pose. So first off, I'm gonna take a photo of that. V, now we know how that one thing you did, that one glitch you had that happened once, happened. Okay, on to the story.
Are you all right?
What's happening?
Part of his plan. Yep.
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee, let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return.
Of course,
So
it couldn't
has
go
coalesced,
anywhere.
giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
So that the void scent. Of course.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds.
Oh no.
Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld.
Of course, because it has astrality, so it can break the barrier betwixt worlds.
Awaken!
Of course it's Zeromus. But... fuck, of course, because if it's astral, it has the power to break barriers just like the 13th's astrality breaks the world. Oh, no.
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria. Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiac's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
I will return, sister, and I will save thee. This I swear. They bother establishing the rules about the reason that the fissures are created between 13th and Source because of the specific nature of its astrality, right? The reason for that is to make the point that a being of that extreme amount of strength and specifically attuned towards darkness and astrality, in theory, would inexorably be able to make men create rifts betwixt. In theory, Zodiac would have been able to had it been freed. We discovered our mechanism for ethereal cross-travel, but... It is literally Zeromus. Yeah, it is. I mean, like, yeah, I can't say I'm shocked. The second he said he was doing the thing with Aether, I'm like, okay, so it's gonna be Zeromus, right? And so, yeah. It's kind of sad the cube was never used. It was just a platform. Well, maybe maybe it's used in EX though, Lara. But yeah, it is kind of that there's no flipping. Have we just started the apocalypse? No. I mean, it depends on what you mean by apocalypse. Right now, we're not under more threat than the final days. The biggest thing, the world is under threat in that extra-dimensionally, there is now a way to rend tears between reflections and source, at least based on the rules just priorly established and established currently. Which means that we're in danger, but the level to which that danger is... We're under threat, but there's still, you know, it's not the worst outcome that we've ever had. It's not the worst possible thing we've ever faced so far. We've made it back safely, at least. Curse you, Golbez. Zeromus. Wait, did Golbez ever say the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world? I was looking out for quotes from the trailer. I can't recall that one. Yes, he did. Hero who shattered. He did say that and shattered the wheel. He says it before we start fighting him. Sometime in between, like him transforming Azdaja, I believe. But yes, he did say that line. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment in and of itself. Would that we could have anticipated Azdaja's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with a newborn void scent, hell's bent on breaching the rift. And with one such prodigious strength, Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there's even a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contra Memoria, save the world. But a hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen, but regardless, we need to regroup. Aye, loath though I admit it, we are in no state to face a void scent of Zeromus's might. Reach it not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radz-at-Han and take stock of the situation. Very well. Lendro, might I trouble you to head to Bestway Burrows and appraise Eorzean of the situation? The rest of us shall tend to Reacher's wounds before returning to Radz-at-Han. Pray, join us there anon. I feel like there's still stuff left in the patch. I'm assuming that's a permanent fixture now. The nice thing is that, so these binding, you know, the binding pillars are made to bind Zodiark. So in theory, there should be no reason that Zeromus would be able to break free or be able to venture into the world. Also, I don't know our portal's even big enough for an entity of that strength, but maybe it can rend a portal even greater for itself to come through. Is this a big L for us or no? Major setback. There's a lot that can still be done. So, major loss, yes, but seeing as some of it can either be, the worst of it can somewhat be prevented or made, or dealt with in some way, you know. Yeah, Elio forgot the red mage could raise. He eats himself off cliff. Crap, red mage! Yeah, that is exactly what happened. Ah, Lendriel, thou art returned. I am pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission in the void? Well, things could have gone better. You see, heavens forfend, the Azdaja should be used to birth a dread void scent born of Zodiark's residual Aether. Although we could not have predicted the outcome, there is one small mercy, the void scent containment seal. As we employed the self-same brands that once imprisoned Zodiark in its creation, the seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet for how long none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate the measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. The Dark Throne. So this should be the last quest of the patch, right? If it's the title of the patch. I wonder, we better find out about that Kryl note. I'm gonna be so mad if we don't, like, actually find out more about that Kryl note. Ah, Matthias, we have been expecting you. When the satrap and his comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice that they were in low spirits. I hope nothing too serious. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them. If you'd follow me. Bum bum bum. Good question, Alara.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain?
Still remains
Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbaricia. For as you know, when a Voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
So there's hope.
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Azdaja.
If her soul can be cleansed and a body can be created, it could work.
And to make certain that
Tiamat was cleansed.
We must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
There's still a chance.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Chris, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a Voidsent could be born of Zodiark's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Eorzean have aught to say? I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
The astrality
Doing so would consign Azdaja's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Light. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
We're using the first light, baby! Yep. Okay, we've been thinking...
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way.
Okay, presuming the current container mechanisms that we had, that we were able to use the Aether to fire the laser, in theory, if we can make a mass amount of those containers and transport them physically through space, we'd be able to preserve large quantities of light Aether from the empty. That could potentially work. I mean, the problem is trying to get... Sending light in a non-contained form through the gates would basically be... It should be, not impossible, but it should be very highly problematic because of the nature of light. Which means that the only way that works is if we in some way find a way to contain it and convert it into something that we can maintain and bring with us. And that could be a bunch of different forms. It also would explain, if we're able to travel to the first readily to do so and bring objects back, why we would think Radz has been doing his sort of like pseudo soft goodbye, because it would make sense that he would, if he had the access to, he'd go be with Reem.
But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait.
And many fanfics were born.
Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
And many more fanfics were born.
Fine by me. Come on then.
Chris, she didn't create them. She dropped the one that she picked up earlier on Mare. The one of the other person that she didn't create one. It was dropping the one from earlier.
In despair, using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Oh no, is that actually the endpoint? Yeah, totally. And yeah, will it last for one patch? Yeah, probably. That makes sense. Based on that. Which is surprising, though, that the gate would struggle that much, because Zodiark was bound by it. An entire shard was, you know, Source Shard being held in containment. But it had no heart and was not necessarily fighting against its fetters in a way where, like, if Zeromus is able to actively fight against it, plus the power of Golbez, plus the power of Azdaja, plus the power of other Void Sent. Okay, a much more active force applied to the barrier may mean that, and also maybe weaker from all its breaking and repairage, so it may not be quite as powerful as it once would have been with Hydaelyn's intercession. Azdaja, my sister, Azdaja, my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again, this I swear. I will hold fast to my convictions, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. Ooh, epilogue. Yes. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain. As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Oh, there's the line too. So that must be the different version line, because he had a version like that earlier. There's the one you were talking about, Alara in specific, though. I must have just caught a different hymn singing talking about the wheel that kept turning. Worst case scenario would be become from light's embrace to shadows deep, a world to save, an oath to keep. Wah! That's it! That's it! Ah! 4 more months? 4 more months until more? And then we have 6.5 and then 6.55. Ah! But we've also got FanFest. So the trailer, we might get a trailer. Probably won't get a trailer at American FanFest, but we might get it at UK. I guess the guy Durante took up Golbez's name as his own to honor his friend. It could be, Alvin, good to see you, glad to have, by the way. That would make sense for what his promise is and what he's saying. I guess my question is why? My question is, why are they doing the Durante thing with, instead of just having it be Golbez and Durante? Like, why have the person who didn't wear the armor take up the armor of him? Yeah, so it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I mean, we know his plan. We know the means by which he plans to execute his plan. The question is like, why break free on Mare, right? It makes more sense to break free on the source. And if also you can break the veil, why break it at that point in space rather than somewhere else? You know? Like, why not break it on the planet proper? I guess because there's no easy way to get Zeromus down below. That might be one thing. And the fact that the places are intrinsically linked, it may not be. So, like, my point about things existing in relatively the same physical space, I think clearly is explicitly true. But it may not be a one-to-one. Actually, we know it's not a one-to-one. So, for instance, the portal that we created beneath the veil on Mare Lamentorum was in the heart, right? Was in the darkness's cradle. But when we went through on the moon, it wasn't literally there, but it was nearby there. So they're always intrinsically linked, but they're not, it's not exact same place, which is interesting. Which means that no matter where the portal was, they opened up an portal potentially on their, I'm just gonna call it Mori Lamentorum. Or actually say Mare Mori. They would still end up in the same place in trying to come out of where the guard would have been blocking it. Probably because there's a link to Zodiac Clinging Essence in the moon. Maybe. I guess the thing I would say is that, for instance, if that was true, we would have teleported inside the moon too. So like, remember, the gate that led onto the top of the red moon is not literally down in the cradle as well. So it's not Zodiac's essence linking the two. Like we've known, because in the Crystal Tower, you're generally in the same geographic space traveling between the two worlds. In other reflections, that's been the case. So one of the things that they explicitly stated in this patch, which Shola says, is that there is an intrinsic link between teleporting between two places in physical space because their geography is effectively overlapping. Will we be doing Hildy? Yeah, but that'll be a different stream probably. Might be doing that either tomorrow or tonight. Later tonight, we're gonna do the raid, but I'm gonna give people time to do it so they can do it without me, and then also so that people who can join in if they want to. I also am tired, have not eaten yet, so I gotta do that. Even in death, Zodiac can't catch a break. Always being used for some sort of plan to destroy the world. First Van Daniel and now this. Yeah. Hildy is until 4.5. Oh, well there we go. Don't even have to worry about it. I totally forgot to check the 0.45 stuff. Right, that makes sense. We got Hildy. We're gonna have Rookon. We've got all sorts of fun stuff coming in 0.45. Yeah. I blue mage myself in a cloud clone brought me back. Give me a I mean, that's Final Fantasy for you. Okay, anyone have any thoughts? Anyone have any questions about what happened? Anything we want to like cover before we start wrapping up? I'm gonna head to the tea tree. I'm unsure about Tataru's Grand Endeavor. I wouldn't be surprised if Tataru's Grand Endeavor is 4.5, but we're not gonna be doing that. This is the MSQ stream. Special website, what's 0.45? Okay, so we've got Pandemonium and Abasios, obviously, the MSQ stuff. Variant, so Mount Rokon is 6.45. Blue Mage is 6.45. Tataru is 6.4, so that's out. Further Hildebrand is 6.45. Commander Will Weapons is 6.45, obviously. So yeah, Wondrous Tools. Island Sanctuary is updated. The new Ocean Fishing is out. Yeah. What should I eat for lunch? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, if no one has anything, I think we'll call it there. We've been going for a solid 5 hours. Friendly reminder that was today Tuesday? Yeah, later today we're going to be streaming the raid if you want to join on that. Tomorrow Ray-Ray's got some wonderful vids coming up. And then on Thursday, me and Nira are doing Final Fantasy IV. And then I'll be talking to Chris to work the game in the afternoon over on his Twitch channel. Friday, I currently have off. Saturday, we were going to probably be doing the music stream. And Sunday I have off. If you want to support us, you can always support us by going over to our Patreon and offering us a couple dollars. It goes a long way towards supporting the channel. You can also do super chats; those help as well. You can also get archonship if you want access to emotes, which many of you have access to. If you want to share your favorite Deadpool or Graha-based emote. Yeah. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, if you want to hang out with us or talk with us or do stuff with us, you can always go check out our Discord at Eorzean or discord.gg/Eorzean archives. There we go. Link should be in the doobly-doo down below. With that said, thank you for joining for the trial, guys, and the raids and all that. I will see you guys around real soon. Heck of a patch. One of the things I felt really weird about the past is that because this has been an arc that's been going each patch has been happening in the narrative arc, we haven't had a moment where there's been like a 0.3 oomph catharsis moment of some amount of finality or some amount of the of the expansion. So I keep feeling like we're one step forward, but we haven't had our conclusion. Yeah. So hope you all have a wonderful rest of your 6.4, and I will see you guys around. Don't be a stranger. Cheers, everybody.